the chronology. That was the 3rd of July, 2021. And then on 5232,
Ms. Hassim, you have referred to the WhatsApp at 5215 after the emoji. It seems to be important.
oh, I got distracted with our discussion. Yes, immediately after the emoji, the next message from Mr. Valley is, in case he forgot the company name, ne? And General Khan says yes.
Thank you.
Our interpretation of that is to send the screenshot of the front cover of the file to General Fani, well, he wasn't General Fani then, but Mr. Fani and or other individuals within procurement so that they are able to easily identify this tender amongst all the tenders. So 5232. What you see on this page is a screenshot sent by Mr. Valley of the tender being dropped in the box. And we know that because in the next message he says, dropped off brew. And General Khan's response is, Alhamdulillah.
Are you able to assist us with what that means?
It basically means praise to God, thanks to God.
Thank you.
So that is 12 July 2021. 5253, if the commissioners could turn there. 5253. About 2 weeks on. Mr. Valley says, it's in the middle of the page. Sir, there's a word missing. I'm not sure what it is. At National Treasury, still nothing on there. Maybe I had a look at National Treasury. Maybe it's had a look at National Treasury website. Still nothing on there, sir. I even tried calling from this morning as well, sir. No picking up the phones. The next message is, I think maybe tomorrow I should drive to the office and speak to the person that run the information bid department, sir. Chair, these are messages that are forwarded to General Khan. And we don't know who they're from, but I think it's his employee who's responsible for putting the bid together. So he forwards this to General Khan, and then if you scroll down to 5254, he says, nothing on the system on who tendering. And there was 0 register. By that, I think maybe he was referring to a register of people who arrived to drop off the bids. And then the next message, he says, can bro trouble your guy to see if all okay? And General Khan responds, wassalam, I am meeting him now. And then the next message, Mr. Valley thanks him, and then General Khan says, can you talk now? That takes place on 26 July. 2 days later, at 5257, you'll see there's an attachment on that page, Commissioners. Mr. Valley sends General Khan a list of the bidders for the auto parts tender, and you will find that attachment at page 145 of the annexures bundle, the WhatsApp chat annexures. So on that page, you'll see, Commissioners, it's a list of 23 submissions for this bid. Mr. Valley's submission is at number 13, Kaizen MSD. And what Mr. Valley says in the chat is, after he sends this document, he says AHK also tendering. And you'll see AHK at number 2. This is in alphabetical order. The numbering doesn't mean anything. But at number 2, you'll see AHK Motor Spares. So he says AHK also tendering. This is his competitor. General Khan responds to this saying, okay, he is greedy. Mr. Valley then replies, he's killing it in Cape, bro. General Khan responds, okay. Mr. Valley says, must target Cape, bro. And General Khan responds, I am going to very soon, inshallah. We then can move on to the next.
Maybe before you move on, just for the record, it seems from your page 145 that this list was already published, a public document, at least on the website. Is that, do you accept that to be the position?
I believe so. What we can see from the chats is that Mr. Valley's employee was constantly checking the National Treasury website for the publication of this list, and he's the one that shares it with General Khan, not the other way around.
Okay.
And the top of the page, on page 145, says publication of names of bidders, and it's a National Treasury document.
Thank you.
So what we need to go to next, Chair, is page 5261. And it's now the 29th of July, 2021. At the bottom of the page, you'll see Mr. Valley says, they have conversations about other things, and then they return to this. 29 July 2021 at 7:41 in the evening, Mr. Valley says, inshallah, we get SAPS deal. And if you just scroll down to page 5262, Mr. Valley says, then we stash that money, you and I. Don't put back into system. And General Khan responds, I am not mad. Mr. Valley says 100% build elsewhere. General Khan replies, definitely. The indication is that this is not merely a contract that would benefit one party, being Mr. Valley, but that it would benefit General Khan as well.
And do you have any idea what putting back into system means?
I can only speculate.
Which of course they say they are not going to do. Yeah, but what is that?
Chair, I can only speculate. It could mean one of two things. One is that the system is a system, a network of their partners and business arrangements, because we've seen other tenders, that there's a network that may benefit from these kind of tenders. And what he's suggesting is this one is for you and me, Brew, not for the rest of us, not for the rest of the potential beneficiaries of this project. That's one potential interpretation. The other is, don't put it back into the system, meaning tax evasion. So that there's a form of skimming in the project so that it doesn't all get back into the fiscus, in other words. Those are the two interpretations that I see. I'm not sure if the commissioners have any alternative interpretations.
I don't.
What the point is that it's going to be a joint project between the two.
I'm not taking issue with what you've said. I'm just saying I can't come up with more.
Maybe we'll think of more as we go along, but those are the two that come to my mind immediately. So that's 29 July 2021, Commissioners. On the 5th of August, at page 5303, at the top of the page, Mr. Valley says, how long you think before Treasury awards? General Khan responds, I am with our friend now, I will ask. And then Mr. Valley thanks him, and then General Khan says, I wanted you to greet the brother. And Mr. Valley says, Marf, bro, was sleeping, meaning sorry, bro, was sleeping. General Khan responds, he's gone now. So this is an inquiry about when Treasury will make the award, and General Khan is indicating that he is with our friend, and he will find out. And that he wanted to introduce Mr. Valley, he wanted Mr. Valley to speak directly to our friend. On the 20th of August, at page 5322, halfway down the page, Mr. Valley asks, bro, what did our man say? Is all on track? Will we win a good slice? And if you scroll down to 5323, there's another exchange that happens immediately afterwards. Mr. Valley sends a stream of messages, including about providing certain documents and keys. I'm gliding over it for now, Chair, but it is relevant to another chapter, so I will come back to it. But in the end, General Khan says at the bottom of page 5323, yes, bro, and I'm not sure whether he's responding because it all happens in the space of about half an hour, this conversation, whether he's responding to the question about what our man says. He doesn't say anything at this point in time. but it's a follow-up query by Mr. Valley. Will we get a good slice? And what did our man say? And then if we look at 6 September 2021, 5336. What you see on this page is that Mr. Valley sends General Khan a letter from the Acting Chief Director for Transversal Contracting within National Treasury. And what the letter says is that there are missing documents that they require them.
Please enlarge this. Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Basically, what the letter refers to is missing information in relation to distributors. And the letter says, should they be accredited distributors, those that I mentioned in the paragraph before, those companies, please provide us with confirmation from manufacturers of the parts or tools in question as per the above-mentioned clause. Furthermore, the authorization letter submitted from the manufacturer, Auto X, did not include the item number or item description. It was noted that the following documentation, and in brackets SBD 6.1, was not fully completed in your bid submission. So that's SBD clause 6.1, not fully completed. Please submit the requested documentation before the end of business on 13 September 2021. And it's signed off by a National Treasury officer. The next screenshot is the same letter, it's just the first page of the letter. Below the letter, Mr. Valley says, bro, it seems they nitpicking. We need to reply. 6.1 was filled in proper. So that's a reference to the SBD 6.1.
Mr. Sim, we don't have the parts about we need to reply.
Sorry, you don't have that page, Commissioner Baloy,
Yes.
5339.
Yeah, no, we don't have.
Okay, it's flighted. If you could have a look at your screen. We need to reply 6.1 was filled in proper. That was the SBD 6.1 that was referred to. And then they continue with another conversation.
I trust that the attorneys are keeping a running list because on Friday there was a number of pages that we did not have. Thank you.
The next page may not be in your bundle as well, Chair, and it's page 5341. Because what you'll see in 5341 is then screenshots of the form, and I think this is the SBD form that was in issue. And what Mr. Valley sends to General Khan are these screenshots to show that they were filled in. And there are a series of screenshots that are being flighted. At 5346, after the screenshots, Mr. Valley, again, this is a forwarded message from his employee. Hi, sir, this is sad. 6.1, page 125. I just checked now, sir. It all filled in. So those were the screenshots that he's referring to, all filled in. And then page 5347. This should be in your bundle. At the top of the
Yes,
page,
yes, it is.
at the top of the page, Mr. Valley says, "Can I have Goni at the table tonight, bro? He will draft letter. Goni is very trustworthy and quiet." And we've established that this person is it's probably the employee that's forwarding him this messages. He's the one who signs the bid documents as one of the directors of KZN MSD. And then if you scroll down, Mr. Valley says, "I think our man forgot meeting." And General Khan says, "I will call him now." On page 5348, just to remember the timeline here, this is now 8 September 2021. Mr. Valley says, "Blood, we can meet him tomorrow, no problem." General Khan says, "Okay." Then at page 5359, on 17 September 2021, at 7:36 in the evening, Mr. Valley says, "Blood, we'll touch base with your man tomorrow and see how we're looking." And then there's an emoji that's in the next message that seems to be present on your version this time. And it looks like the open hands, the pleading hands.
This is the second time we actually see emojis on our copies, after the one that did not show.
Yes, Chair. I'm not sure what you're asking me, but I will try to get an answer for you.
But let's not worry about it now, but you'll still find or get that explanation.
Yes, indeed, I will, Chair. And General Khan responds, "Okay." And Mr. Valley says, "Thank you." That was 17 September. At page 5372, this is now 28 September 2021. 3 chats from the bottom. Mr. Valley says, "Please trouble our man for progress, please." And General Khan says, "Okay." And Mr. Valley responds, "JZKL, bro," meaning thank you. And then we don't hear much on this contract for a while until, this is 28 September, until 21 October 2021 at page 5377. After the message from Mr. Valley greeting him and saying, "How's George?" And George is referring there not to the name of a person, but to the place. And that'll become relevant later. General Khan responds, "It's tops, bro." And then he says, "Morning meeting sitting today at 10 to adjudicate. Regards." So meeting sitting today at 10 to adjudicate. That was a message that was forwarded. So General Khan got this from somebody inside procurement, probably Mr. Fani, saying that they're now going to be adjudicating the bid. And then at page 5390,
maybe before you deal with 5390, you say that message was forwarded. How do we distinguish what is written by General Khan and what is forwarded on the bundles that we have?
So one is by context, and the second is the metadata, which is a separate spreadsheet that's
Okay.
in the electronic bundle that shows which messages are forwarded and which are not. It's quite voluminous to produce the whole set of that metadata, but it would be very easy for us to cross-check to see that these are indeed the forwarded messages or not.
Yeah. Well, I ask because we don't have the insight that you have, the insight of the metadata, and yet our treatment of these messages has to reflect the correct position. So without you burdening us with the voluminous material that shows the distinction, it's probably advisable for the record, which we will read without you, that you indicate this was forwarded, this is
Yes.
original
Yes,
text. Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner, it would have been, this was prepared for questioning by the witness, as opposed to the process that I'm now going through. The metadata is in the bigger files that are with the Commission, so it is part of our record. And so I think what we would need to do, given that we are now going through this process, is to just indicate on the relevant chats together with the page from the metadata that's relevant.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you have annotations, which will be what assists you to tell us whether this is forwarded or not.
That's correct, Chair. So it wouldn't be difficult to pull out just the relevant aspects of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
So we had page 5390. And it starts at the top of the page with General Khan saying on 16 November 2021, "Salams, bro, I'm with our man. He wanted to speak to you." Nothing further on this particular chat in relation to that. And I'll just say, Chair, as I did on Friday, that there's more than one device that is used in the communications, and there's more than one form of communication that takes place between General Khan and various individuals. So there's nothing on the face of this chat that says that anything followed after this message on 16 November. But we just simply don't know.
I'm sure it's a matter of public record when the BAC in relation to this tender would have said. I'm just going back to the previous chat where they said adjudication at 10 o'clock today. Are we able to obtain that so that we can be certain that the chat did not relate to some private business they have, but related specifically to the tender we are dealing with?
Commissioner Kumalo, we could get that quite easily, the date on which
if
it
we
was.
have to draw inferences and exclude other possibilities, it makes sense that we get as much as we can on the
Absolutely,
facts that
Commissioner.
are readily verifiable.
Absolutely. Again, Commissioner, it was prepared for the purposes of questioning a witness. So there are certain aspects which we now have to, and we're hoping that we will get a response to this in any event, but this information is information that we could easily obtain, either through public records or through requesting it from National Treasury, which we will do. So,
Sorry, a different point, Ms. Assam. We've looked at earlier text, and the one example that I remember at least is there's a text that speaks about Guni at the table, and you've said that seems to be an employee who would have been involved in the preparation of the tender. If you look at 5389, I don't know the top message. I don't know if you still plan to deal with that. But it seems to me on a reading of it that that kind of text would have come from someone else with inside information about what's happening at Treasury about the processing of these tenders. Is that a topic that you were going to cover?
Commissioner, it's
And do you agree on if you read this that's the impression that it creates?
I agree with you on your interpretation of the message. Mr. Valley himself is not attending to all of the logistics of checking on this. His task is to deal with another level of this, and that's to talk to General Khan and to the higher level procurement officials to ease their way, to facilitate the process. So I agree with you that this is someone else that is reporting to Mr. Valley. What I cannot say is whether that is the same person or not, whether it's Goni, but it's somebody who is paying attention to the logistics and the progress of the deliberations on this bid.
The point I'm making about it is that on the face of it, it suggests that someone else who is reporting, this person who's reporting or who is forwarding this text, in fact, has got another person that they're talking to, possibly in National Treasury, who's giving them this kind of information, because this doesn't look like publicly available information. I think that's a point that I'm making about it, that you've got you have General Khan who's discussing with our men, and then you've got this person who's forwarding these messages to him, who in fact seems to be talking to somebody else who's within Treasury, who's telling them what's going on with this tender.
That's correct, Commissioner Baloyi, but we just don't know who that person is.
Yes, okay.
But that there is a conversation happening
Yes.
is apparent from the text, yes.
Yes, thank you.
So what happens is that Mr. Valley receives information. He then goes to General Khan and he says, will bro ask your guy, our guy, in fact. Oh, no, your guy. He says, will bro ask your guy? And then he follows it. Did bro speak to the main man? That's on 5389. And throughout these messages, there's a reference to our guy, your guy, the main man, etc. And I have submitted, in the context of the previous chats, the previous tenders were not, the previous tenders I was dealing with on Friday, where Molefe Fani was involved, were different tenders with a different individual. But I will show in the course of this text that at least one of the guys inside Treasury that they are talking to is Mr. Fani. So on page 5390, he says, I'm with your man, our man, he wanted to speak to you, and that was the end of that conversation. Mr. Valley says, and we're still on 5390, and that's 19 November 2021, he says, do you know those guys, AKH? Now, you'll recall that that's the other competitor in the list of tenders that Mr. Valley pointed out to General Khan, and General Khan said he's greedy.
Be a mix-up of letters. He speaks of AKH, and your list has AHK.
Yes, so I believe
You say
it's the
the same company.
And why do I say so? Because the next message says they're going around and stating they have won this contract. So it's obviously one of the 10 bidders, etc. General Khan responds at 12:29 as you see it. He says, Wassalam, balls. And Mr. Valley responds, 100%. On page 531, it continues. He says, but I don't talk. Keep you and other man hidden. And then the next message, love this, and especially that AHK Oak. He and then language we can't repeat on national television. And then General Khan says, big one. So that conversation takes place, as I said, 19 November. So they don't know yet about the award of the tender. 5393. This is now 22nd November 2021. Mr. Valley asks, middle of the page, will Big Bro see if they're going to award this month, please? General Khan responds, yes, bro. And Mr. Valley says, and landed cost is mad. General Khan says, that's going to give us a boost. And Mr. Valley responds, bro can make us solid. Over the page 5394, General Khan responds, inshallah.
Can you just remind us, the business that General Khan is involved in, it is the spare parts business?
Yes, Commissioner Beloy, and this is the subject of the next chapter I'll be dealing, well, one of the chapters to come, which is General Khan's financial disclosures. He has several spare parts stores.
Thank you.
And 2 separate companies that deal in auto parts.
But he's not, at least not directly related to the bidder that we are dealing with in this chat. So in other words, he's not a shareholder or a partner in that business, as far as you are aware.
He's not a formal shareholder in Kaizen MSD or a director or anything like that, no.
I'm asking because the previous chat, he says this is going to give us a boost. And this is one of those where it's him talking, so us must refer to him. Whereas in other instances where Mr. Valley is talking, us could be Mr. Valley and somebody else.
Yes, Commissioner Beloy, he refers to the 2 of them, as I said, as General Khan being one of the beneficiaries. But the beneficiary is not going to be it's not straightforward. It's not, you're a member of the company. And I mean, I think they're just, I think they would be, they're just not that stupid. So when he says it's for us, it's through some other means. Chair, it's 11:02. I've just noticed.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
page 5438. At the bottom of the page, General Khan sends a message to Mr. Valley saying, can we meet Fani on Tuesday evening? And Mr. Valley responds, sure, blood, where? General Khan says, Nova. Mr. Valley says, perfect. And then he says, inshallah, some good news will go down nicely. And General Khan says, Ameen, or Amen. On 5439, no, sorry, Chair. Um, 5441, this is now the 1st of February 2022, and Mr. Valley asks, my bro, what time we meeting? Fan, he spells it F-A-N. General Khan responds, I'm waiting for him to respond. Mr. Valley says, JZKL. General Khan says, 7 o'clock Nova. Mr. Valley says, perfect, my bro. And then he says, on the next page, can we do 7:20? That's in February 2022. If we go to page 5444, you'll see that Mr. Valley says, this is 22nd February 2022, 9:12 a.m., got feedback for us. When is brew back? And then over the page, 5445, need FAN, F-A-N, to sort one last hurdle. And General Khan responds with a pin location. At the bottom of the page, Mr. Valley says, see if Big Brew can pull Fan for a supper, please, F-A-N. 5446, General Khan sends, when Brew, he says, when Bro is back. And then General Khan says, on the weekend, and Mr. Valley responds, perfect. Okay, so I'm sticking with this theme, so there's things in between I'm glossing over for now. At page 5448, February 2022. He says, Mr. Valley says, they try to call each other, they miss each other. General Khan says, at Parliament nuts, what now, please, what's up? And then Mr. Valley says, blood, buy me one day, please, doing my numbers, please, followed by a series of gifts. And then they continue to have a different discussion about this gentleman, Josie Adams, but it's not related to this particular tender. Then at 5452, still February 2022, 24 February 2022 in particular, General Khan at the top of the page says Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Northern Cape prices were not submitted. We should have. So this was a transversal tender for SAPS across provinces. General Khan is saying that there are 3 provinces here where prices were not submitted in the tender. We should have. And then he follows in the next message by saying, we were too cheap, but we must find a way to up prices later. Mr. Valley responds immediately. He says, we must apply for price increase soon as we get tender, because it's been delayed too long. And you can see as we're going through this, he keeps asking about when is the award, have there been any news? There's quite a big delay between the submission of the bid and the actual award. So he says we must apply for a price increase as soon as we get the tender because it's been delayed too long. And in the next message, but your guy, Fan, is the man, F-A-N.
Ms. Hassim, as you go through the charts, so 2 observations. The first question I have is, was Mr. Fani part of the various committees that evaluate and adjudicate this specific tender? I'm sure we are able to get that information. The second observation is, on its face, it appears to be improper that while a bid is being evaluated and you are one of the bidders, you are having meetings with a senior supply chain person in the very department. And
yes. So on your question, Commissioner Kamala, even if assuming it was not in relation to the tender, the meeting,
yeah.
It would nevertheless be improper.
Yeah, because you don't know what influence he has. Does he appoint, for example, the people who sit in various committees? What exactly is his role? And those are some of the questions that may have to be answered for us. Because how else do you explain the various requests for meetings with him? And it's clear that the discussion is about the tender, where there's interest by these 2 parties in that tender. They want it to be awarded to them.
Indeed, and what we see also, Commissioner Kamalo, from the chats is that there is information that you could only have if you were talking to somebody inside. So it has been brought to General Khan's attention that they failed to include in their bid 3 provinces, and that this is something that needs to be rectified at some point. So the information is coming from somebody who is close to the process. Whether Mr. Fani is sitting on the committee or not, we would need to establish. But it's certainly information that he has access to.
Ms. Hassim, as you find out whether Mr. Fani was part of one of the committees, perhaps you might as well find out or get a copy of the I don't know, there's procurement, the relevant extracts about employee conduct when it's tenders in which they have an interest, because this communication from General Khan suggests that he does have an interest in how this tender is evaluated, and it will be important. I think one of the questions that would have to be asked of him is whether he declared an interest, and I think it's advisable that we know what is the requirement. So if you would get the necessary extracts.
We'll do so, Commissioner Bloy.
Thank you.
Chair and Commissioners, we will be making submissions about that because while what's clear is it can't be correct that you are, so there are 2 issues. One is the conversations with somebody in Treasury, that's clearly improper. The second is the fact that you are a senior member of the SAPS. This contract concerns the SAPS. And I would say there's a third issue, and that is that General Khan himself is in the spare parts business. And there's a conflict of interest concern that arises there that, again, would be up for investigation. I'm not drawing conclusions. So to return to the timeline, in February, 24 February, the exchange was needing to apply, already anticipating that we're going to need to apply for a price increase on the tender. And if you scroll down to 5453, Mr. Valley checks and this issue of pricing for all the regions, and he responds on the same day at 12:37 in the afternoon. He says, bro, we applied and priced all regions, every region. And then he sends a screenshot. So this, you'll see at page 5453, and then it rolls over into 5454 is a screenshot that is sent to him from someone who, it's very small, the print, but basically what it says is we applied and submitted pricings for all the following regions, which is all the files that were provided for by the tender, and then he lists all the regions. Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga, Northwest, Northern Cape, Western Cape. And then we get to 8 March 2022. And that's at page 5458. In fact, again, the pages are, it starts on 548, but the second page is above it. But let's start with the first page, because this is where General Khan sends Mr. Valley a copy of the Treasury letter recommending the appointment of Kazan MSD. So at 5458 is the first page, RT 45-2021, supply and delivery of automotive parts. Paragraph 6 says the following government institutions participate in the contract. And then if you scroll up, Commissioners, you'll see paragraph 7, name and address of the contractor and other relevant information. And there were 2 of those list of bidders that have been awarded the contract. The first is All Parts, Pty Limited, and the other is Kazan MSD. Now, here we have this problem again with the emojis, but we will display it at the bottom of page 5459. So General Khan sends this to Mr. Valley to show him, sorry, one last thing. It's dated 7 March 2022, this letter. And it's sent to Mr. Valley immediately the next day, 8 March 2022. Okay, and then Mr. Valley responds with love and kisses emojis, which you'd have to look at on your screen because the PDF Adobe didn't transfer it. And then he says, busy with them today, on page 5459, and General Khan says, Bismillah.
Ms. Hassim, I thought that name that we were looking for on page 5457, the contact person. Remember, we only had the name but not the surname.
Oh, yes. Yes. This is why I believed the Goni to be this person. You see his full name there.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. So that's the Goni that's being referred to, who was the contact person for the contract.
Sorry, Ms. Hassim, are you able to assist with the translation of the second text at 5459, please?
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, if you can't, it's
well, I can, but it's hard, I don't know how to translate it. It's another way of saying thanks to God, in the name of God.
oh, thank you. Okay.
So that's where we learned that the contract was in fact awarded on the 7th of March, 2022.
And do we know if this one ran its course, no cancellation, no challenge, no nothing?
It did run its, well, I'm not sure what run its course. It did continue, and there were, you'll see as I go through this, Chair, that there's more communication about, servicing and getting purchase orders and
Yes,
complaints
yes.
about purchase orders not enough, et cetera, et cetera. There was a challenge from other bidders. The unsuccessful bidders brought a legal challenge to this tender. And we don't know yet what the outcome of that
Okay.
challenge is. But that they acted upon it will become clear in the course of the chats.
Thank you.
But that's also information that we can objectively obtain, at which point this contract was terminated.
Thank you.
It was meant to, just as a reminder, to run for 36 months.
Ms. Hassim, taking you back to 5457, I think you've said it and we understood it, but you said it in passing. Maybe then to place it on record that one of the two companies, number 2, that is the company that belongs to Mr. Valley.
Yes,
Yes.
KZN MSD, yes.
Because you sort of said, you see, there it is, it's one of those. And then we understood what you meant, but just for the purposes of the transcript.
KZN MSD is Mr. Valley's company. That was the company, one of the companies that was awarded the tender. So, Chair, could I ask you and Commissioners to go to page 5472? And here, Mr. Valley sends General Khan a copy of an email from the SAPS with the naming the individuals who are responsible for this particular contract within the SAPS. And that's followed with a letter that's...
And you see that from what? That they're the individuals responsible for this contract? Is it the RT 45
Contacts.
in subject line?
And it makes sense that these are the individuals responsible from their positions, which follows their names: accounting officer, component, head, vehicle, fleet, etc. The next, this is then followed by this letter that's dated 19 March 2022, and it's a letter from KZN to National Treasury, and it's essentially a complaint or a request or a plea to vary some of the terms of the contract because of the COVID pandemic and the shortage of supply from parts that are meant to be, so basically original equipment manufacturer parts that are part of the contract that they are required to use, that they are unable to obtain timeously because of the COVID pandemic and importation of these parts into the country. So it's a letter from Mr. Valley asking it's addressed to Zanele Mkhwanazi, as you'll see.
Did you place the page number on record? You may have, I don't remember. For purposes of the record, please.
5473.
Yeah,
Chair.
we do see it, yeah. Thank you, thank you.
So I'll just read the relevant part because it's a long letter, but he explains the problem. And then he says, please understand, our intention is to provide the best service at the best price with minimal downtime in order to keep our country and communities safe. We would appreciate your swift and positive response to our request, and we thank you for the opportunity. The paragraph above it, in fact, it says, maybe just for the sake of the record, I paraphrased it,
Ms.
but let me,
maybe also read the one that starts Madam.
that's the paragraph.
Is that where you're going?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam, taking the above into account and always looking ahead, our kind request, which has been documented and previously allowed in prior SAPS tenders, is if we could kindly purchase or buy out OEM automotive parts and supply to you at a maximum markup of 15% on our OEM cost. We do not mind making a 15% markup on the whole to ensure we give you the best possible service and to keep our SAPS vehicles on the road. To ensure transparency, all OEM invoices will be provided or can be attached to the quote. This is the concern that is raising that I was paraphrasing earlier.
Please remind us, I may have forgotten, weekend might have come in. This tender relates to SAPS vehicles, but was done through the National Treasury. Do you remember why that is the case, why it was not done directly with SAPS?
Because it's a transversal contract, it's centralized in National Treasury. And it's for procurement for SAPS, but across provinces. And I think that's why it's done by National Treasury and not the SAPS itself.
Because that fact is relevant to the question Commissioner Baloy asked earlier, the question of conflict of interest. Because this is SAPS procurement, although it's done via National Treasury. So if you are a member of the SAPS, especially somebody at senior level, issues of disclosure become relevant.
Absolutely, absolutely. The fact that it's a transversal contract and it's centralized with the National Treasury, and that's why I was saying, Commissioner Kumalo, there are two problems here. One is with the contact with somebody in Treasury as they're going along, and the second is that General Khan is a senior officer himself in the department that's meant to be serviced through this tender. So...
Oh, you were saying so. Please finish.
No, I was going to move on, Chair, so
yes.
Please ask the question.
Please read into the record the paragraph that follows, starting basically.
The paragraph following the paragraph I just read, which began, Madam, says, basically, Madam, this is a request to change brands on some components to ensure that the supply rate is...
Should be perfect. Misspelled, but it should be perfect.
It says prefect, but they mean perfect.
Yes.
Unless in procurement, prefect has a special meaning.
We can find that out too. But Commissioners, the purpose of the letter is clear.
Do we have any idea what the change of brands, what that is about in this context?
Chair, I think again, I don't have the final specifications of the contract.
all right.
But part of it, as I recall from when we looked at the draft, remember there was a draft specs, was that they would have to use original equipment manufacturer parts. And they would obtain these directly from so if it's a Mercedes vehicle, then they would have to get the spare part, whatever it is, from the manufacturer. And what they're wanting to do here is to source it from other suppliers. And he's trying to say they will get quality, but they can't be bound to these terms in the context of the COVID pandemic.
Yeah. Thank you.
Excuse me. Okay, so they are now, but they're well into servicing the contract, as we can see now in March 2022. If we go to page 5484,
Do we put away file 1 for a while, or do we keep it close by?
Chair, I know at some point, and I can't scroll down right now to see where it is. At some point, I'm going to go back to file 1, so maybe don't put it away yet. There's only one reference there, but it's an important one.
We go to page? No.
5484. Volume 2,
5484.
5484. It's the second text below the picture. It says from Mr. Valley, it's dated 30th March 2022. And Mr. Valley says rumor ATM, meaning rumor at the moment. They want to pull a region from all parts. Can they give us? All parts is the other successful bidder. And yes, he's hearing that they want to pull a region, and he wants to know if they can get it. General Khan responds, let me ask him if it's true. And then 5489, and again, I just must point out, Commissioners, that it will be obvious to you that there's a conversation above the one that I'm going to. That's important. Where General Khan says we just have to make it disappear now at the top of that page. That is important, but it concerns the theme of abuse of authority, one of the themes I said we would deal with that arises from the chats. So I'm not going to deal with it now.
Yeah, I was about to say at this point it's out of context.
It is. So I'm just letting the commissioners know that I'm sure you've seen that it's something that you would have an interest in, and it will be dealt with, and Mr. Chaskelson will deal with it when he deals with the topic of abuse of authority. For this chapter on tenders, what I wish to refer you to at 5489 is the message in the middle of the page where General Khan says, tomorrow, 2 o'clock, we can see him at the hotel. And Mr. Valley says, bro, can we do later or earlier? Meeting one auntie from SAPS to also ask what's going on with systems. They're blaming systems and paperwork. Over the page, General Khan says, what time? Meaning, if not 2. He responds, 11 a.m. Mr. Valley responds, 11 a.m. or say 4. And I can't remember whether I said it when I began, but this is now 23 April 2022. General Khan responds 4. Mr. Valley responds JZKL. General Khan says sorted, 4 o'clock. Mr. Valley says JZKL bro. At 5491, General Khan says salams, our guy is on the way. And then Mr. Valley responds, wassalam, I'm at Delhi bro. General Khan says, okay, thanks. Mr. Valley says, you coming, blood, or must I put forward queries about processing orders myself? They blaming the process put in place by Treasury. Garages don't know how to use. General Khan responds at 5492, tell him like it is. Mr. Valley responds, okay. And then on the next day, that's now 25 April, Mr. Valley says, we found out some info as to what the delay is on SAPS. Brigadier Jagadesan has been away for 6 weeks and has not signed off on orders. So that's in April 2022, and it's a series of conversations that has to do with the purchase orders and processing of those orders. Then we get to May 2022 on page 5497. In the middle of that page, 1st May 2022, at 6:30 p.m., Mr. Valley sends the following message to General Khan. And again, this is one of those messages that are forwarded, and you can see it's a message that's addressed to Mr. Valley, who's Ish in this context. The message says, hi Ish, we are having a Microsoft Teams meeting on Tuesday, 3rd May 2022 at 9 a.m. with Peace Gumede and Zanele Mkunazi from Treasury and team from SAPS to discuss SAPS garages purchasing buyouts. In brackets, items or categories not listed on the RT45 2021 pricing schedule. We need them to agree to add this to the price list as it is crucial for us. If we don't get this approved, we will be losing money. General Khan responds at 7:13 p.m. saying, please attend, bro, it's important. And Mr. Valley replies, G, which means yes. And then over the page 5498.
Before you go to the next page, I thought you had indicated that where chats are forwarded, you will point them out. My reading of the third one is that it is forwarded, because I don't see how Mr. Valley can write to himself. Is that how you?
Yes, Commissioner. So before I read it out, I indicated that this was
sorry,
forwarded.
I may have missed that. Thank you.
So Mr. Valley responds G, and then on 5498, he says, will Big Bro tell Fan, F-A-N, to make sure it's approved? This is exact that letter and email. We must supply from agents. So they're cross-referencing. This is the same problem that was in the letter that he sent to Ms. Mkunazi earlier on. We must supply from agents. General Khan responds, okay, bro. And then if you scroll down to page 5499, at the top of the page, on 4 April. So remember, the meeting is set for 3rd May. When we read that, the one that says hi-ish. So on 4th May, Mr. Valley sends a message to General Khan saying meeting went, I don't know what I can and can't say in this commission. Meeting went badly. Meeting went S-A-H-I-T. They want a retender for all the parts they missed. Basically buyouts, which are 70% of the volume. General Khan responds, wassalam, dum, C-U-N. No, this I shouldn't spell. Should I just say C? Chair, I see you stopped me, so I'll stop there.
You could say C and 4 letters.
C, 4 letters. Dum, C, followed by 4 letters.
Oh, is it on the screen? Oh my gosh.
Well, it didn't come out of my mouth.
I'm still thinking about the tongue lashing we got for the song.
Chair, it didn't come out of my mouth, but it's the evidence.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Valley's response to that is very. We chase tires, blood, we never give up. And then, just to be clear, what you see next is not actually about this tender, but it's page 5500. General Khan forwards to Mr. Valley other tenders, another tender, another National Treasury letter, and an announcement of a tender for a contract for the appointment of service providers for provision of reflective marking of SAPS vehicles. And that's for the period, as you can see stated there, April 22 to March 2025.
Where do we see what this is for? On the 550 page?
Sorry, Commissioner Beloy, your question?
You said at 550, we see that information, but it relates to another tender. And my question is, well, on this page, where do we see what tender it refers to?
It's what I've just read out on the, I think it's 5501.
Yeah.
It's the email.
You say it's part 550 is part of 5501. Is that what you're saying?
I think the two go together. We don't have the top of the page on 5500. But that is sent, what you'll see on the letter is, and the reason why you don't see the top of the page, it seems that what was most important for General Khan to forward was who was awarded that particular tender, because just above the signature, it has the names and addresses of the contractors. And then the date, 12 April 2022. And then is the email with the appointment of this service providers for the provision of the reflective equipment. So the two are to be read together. Appointment of service providers on that tender. And then if you scroll down, Mr. Valley didn't read it closely because when he received it, he thought it was another tender for which he could bid. So his response is, on it, Brew. Meaning, well, what's obvious. And then he says, thank you, JZKL, Jazakallah. And then General Khan says to him, no, well, he doesn't say no. He says, this was awarded to the above companies. And then Mr. Valley responds, oh, SHIT. And then General Khan replies, another disaster on the way. And then Mr. Valley says, yes, Brew, they effing it up. And then he follows that with the following, we need one big one, and then we chill. General Khan replies to that, we need one big one, and then we chill, with an emoji which needs to be flighted because, again, the Adobe conversion removed it. What you see is he responds with 100 and a strong arm muscle emoji.
Mr. Sim, at page 5501, that email, the top of the email, I don't know if on the electronic copies you have a better visual, but on the face of it, and tell me if I'm incorrect, it looks like it's an internal email that is being shared, just looking at the addresses.
Commissioner Beloy, I'm in agreement with the way you see it. We don't have a better copy than this. But what we see is what you also see, is that it's internal. It saps all email users. In fact, it's a group that's created, an email group that would be an internal email group.
Thank you.
At 5535, and we are now in June 2022. So on the 14th of June 2022, General Khan sends a message to Mr. Valley, and the content of the message is as follows. Grootman, I'm getting lots of backlash from the market players on K. We need to regroup ASAP so that they give me info. Mr. Valley replies, okay, Brew, we can meet him. So let me just pause there for a second, because again, this is a forwarded message. And it seems to be that it comes from Mr. Fani, who is getting backlash in relation to this particular tender. And K may be a reference to Kazan Motor Spares. So Mr. Valley says, okay, we can meet him. General Khan says, this evening. And Mr. Valley says, is it competitors? And then he says, to this evening, he says, gee, that's okay. And then he says, must I get Goni here? And General Khan says, yes, competitors. And just pause there, and you'll see later that there is a challenge, as I mentioned earlier. There is a challenge to the award of this tender. Yes, competitors, Mr. Valley says, okay, tell me time, Brew. General Khan says, I'm waiting for him to confirm the meeting. Mr. Valley replies, okay, blood, main thing is we're sticking to the prices quoted, but we applied twice for an increase, but no response. General Khan replies, okay. And then over the page 5538, Mr. Valley says, so Lekker, we meet if, because he can chase that email. General Khan says, please call. That's at still 14 June 2022 at 10:38 in the morning. He says, please call. And then we don't see anything until the next day, 15 June 2022, at 5:26 in the morning, when Mr. Valley greets General Khan and says, "See you just now." Then we go to 27 June 2022, 5541. And here, what we see is Mr. Valley sends General Khan a copy of an email from Kazan to Ms. Mkhwanazi, complaining to them, SAPS and Treasury, about not getting enough orders. So the email starts on 5541, it continues on to 5542. I've described what it's about, Chair. Would you like me to read it into the record?
Read what you would want to read and then make the explanation?
So, Chair, the gist of the message is a complaint about the contract not being financially viable because they're not getting sufficient purchase orders. He sends this is an email that's sent from Kazan. It's then forwarded to General Khan. And Mr. Valley says on page 5543, will Brew manage to chat to F? So it's the same complaint that we've seen in previous letters about the buyouts and parts and purchase orders. So he says, will Brew manage to chat to F as to get that meeting about all this and buyouts? And General Khan replies, I will call him tomorrow. And Mr. Valley responds, JZKL, thank you. And then if we scroll down, so the concern here is about the financial viability of this contract. Clearly, they're not happy with what they're getting out of it. On page 5544, well, let me just say this, because 5544 to 5545, what you will see is a media announcement of the President, Mr. Ramaphosa, approving the Just Energy Transition Framework, which is a move away from fossil fuels to sustainable energy sources. So that's what this media announcement is about. South Africa approves $8.5 billion plan to move away from coal. And then Mr. Valley responds to that with more objectionable language. That's not the relevant part. If we scroll further down, 5546, what he says is we got to make some huge money. General Khan seems to agree with Mr. Valley's assessment of the President, as you see from his response, which is big C followed by 3 letters. And then Mr. Valley says, inshallah, we land a big one, Brew. You will see. And General Khan responds, inshallah. And then on 5547, the next page, on the 13th of July 22, Mr. Valley says, can Brew push to meet F? And it appears there are 2 points he wants to discuss in a meeting with F. And that is 1, price increases, please. 2, buyouts, please. General Khan responds, okay, Brew. Mr. Valley says, thank you. Over the page, 5548. General Khan says he can make it now at 12. Please confirm. This is 13 July 2022 at 9:30 a.m. He can make it now at 12. Please confirm. And then the next message is at 9:46 a.m. and he says, I am rescheduling. So I just want to pause here for a moment and take the commissioners to the chat between General Khan and Mr. Molefe Fani on the same day at this time. And you'll find that at page 4706. That'll be the volume 1 that Okay, so this is a chat between General Khan and Mr. Molefe Fani. And at the bottom of 5706, well, let's just read the whole thing. It starts off, good morning, sir. It's 13 July 2022. It starts at 8:12 in the morning. Good morning, sir. How are you doing? When can you make time to meet with us? That's General Khan. And then you see Mr. Fani responds at 8:35 a.m. Are you available now at 12? I can come through. I must give other feedback. I'm well nonetheless. General Khan says, I am not around. Do you mind meeting with Ismail? Mr. Molefe says, Mr. Fani says, I don't mind. Will you be available later? He says, General Khan says, yes, I can do after 4. Then Mr. Fani says, we can do 7 if that's okay. General Khan says he can't. He's got a family dinner. Mr. Fani responds saying, now it's 9:20 a.m. It's impossible earlier. Let me meet the guys now then. At 12. General Khan responds, it's spelt no, K-N-O-W, arrange, but I think what he means is let me now arrange. Mr. Fani responds, cool, and that's at 9:30 a.m. on the 13th of July. And you'll recall from the earlier chat we were looking at, he was trying to engage Mr. Valley to say, can we meet at 12? At 9:46, he says to Mr. Fani, let's reschedule. Ish is not answering now. Sorry about that. And Mr. Fani says, no problem. So when we look at 5547, no, where was it? Yes, 5548. At 9:46, he says to Mr. Valley, I am rescheduling. So basically, he's already rescheduled on the other chat with Mr. Fani. He comes back and he says, I am rescheduling. So again, as we saw with the other tender that I was dealing with on Friday, there's now direct communication between General Khan and Molefe Fani. So we then go to August. 5556. Actually, it's 5554 is where it starts. 5554. And you'll see in the middle of that is an attachment. It's a PDF document. We're just going to flight it, Chair, because it's not in the annexures document. It's not in the annexures bundle. You'll see what it is a notice of motion. It's the review that I referred to earlier to set aside this tender. Chair, maybe I'll just move on and I can come back to it once we find it. This is bringing the whole topic of the tender to a close, though. But what we see is that this is a notice of motion brought by several unsuccessful bidders. Mr. Valley sends General Khan a screenshot of the notice of motion, which refers to affidavits, but he doesn't attach the affidavits that underpin the notice of motion. General Khan then responds, this is, by the way, 4th of August 2022. He says, do you have the affidavits he's referring to? Mr. Valley says, no, Brew. And then on 5555, he says, I'll get it, Brew, on it. It's this normal bull SHIT behavior, when guys lose. And then General Khan says, what did AHK get awarded? AHK, we've heard of before, they were not a successful tenderer here in this contract, but they were one of the applicants in this review application. So Mr. Valley responds immediately to that to say, no, Marf, it's Keegan's Jamie's partnering with AHK and DAR. Those three are all taking this on. So those are three different companies that had separately tendered for this contract. And he said these three are all taking this on. And then General Khan responds, big C, followed by 4 letters. Commissioners, that is the closure of this particular sub-topic on the chapter of tenders. We will follow up on the legal challenge But what's important for us is the engagement here between General Khan and Mr. Valley on this. And what I submit to the Commission, it shows, is that, as with the other tenders, this, again, is feeding into and growing the pattern of engagements between General Khan and certain individuals. And from this particular tender, we see that Mr. Valley from Kazan treats General Khan as a person who can unlock access. Pardon me, you now see the notice of motion flighted in front of you. So we see that he sees General Khan as a person who can facilitate access for him, not just to one tender, but to several, any opportunity that could possibly come their way. We see that General Khan arranged meetings with a contact within procurement and obtained information from that contact. We see that that contact is Mr. Molefe Fani. We see that Mr. Valley requested General Khan to modify the tender specifications to see if he could, through his contacts, assist in the modification of tender specs. We saw that earlier on in the chats. Meaning he sees General Khan as somebody who could maybe assist him on that, whatever may have come of it or not. We see that General Khan receives information during the procurement process, before it's awarded, while it's a live procurement process, receives information and passes it on to Mr. Valley. We see Mr. Valley sharing information as well with General Khan on issues of the purchase orders and the buyouts and requesting assistance from General Khan. We see that that Mr. Valley talks about him and General Khan stashing the money, getting a big slice, making sure it doesn't enter the system. And we see that General Khan is the one who's the first person to inform Mr. Valley when the tender is awarded. So, and then what we see is after the award and after the recommendation is made, there's continued engagement between the two on making the contract work. That is all apparent from the evidence, and all of those, as I mentioned on Friday, are part of this pattern on the tenders.
Ms. Hassan, in this notice of motion that is shown on the screen, we see the citation in the end of it. We don't see the relief that is sought. And I would have thought that's the important part you want to show us.
Well, it's not in the chats, Commissioner Benoit,
Okay.
but we're trying to get the full documentation in relation to that.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, Commissioners, if I may briefly interject. It's a very unique proceeding, this, because in as much as we're before the Commission, we're also before a number of people who have an interest in the matter by way of social media. I mentioned to Ms. Hassam on Friday if I might have an opportunity to clarify for purposes of the audience, the greater audience. My name is Mohammed Valley. I'm not Ismail Valley. And unfortunately, there's an element of our society who believes that I'm Ismail Valley. I'm not. I'm not trying to impute any guilt or anything. It's just by way of clarification. And then there's another segment of society who believes that I may be related to him. I'm not. I'm just an attorney who shares a surname with Mr. Valley. For the record, thank you, Chair, Commissioners. I appreciate it.
No, thank you. All of us here know the true position. But I must say, it did cross my mind that some people might think exactly the way you've explained. But thank you for again placing it on record, Mr. Valley.
Thank you. Indebted as always.
Thank you.
I see now, Mr. Valley, that I should have gone with my instinct to ask you the question earlier.
So, Commissioners, I'm going to leave that topic and turn to a new chapter, and it shouldn't take us too long. It's a small section, and it deals with a person named, the Commission is very familiar with this person, Ms. Imogen Mashazi. And for that, the best place to start is probably page 6670.
Six?
6670, Commissioner Beloy. I mean, we'll need to flight it for you if it's not there. And the reason it's not in your bundle is actually, as I'm about to show you, the images are blurred. We believe that these are screenshots of passports of several individuals who traveled on a private charter to the UK. But when screenshots are deleted from a device, it appears in this manner, just blurred. So we won't be able to get the actual unblurred versions of this, but it's where this conversation begins on this topic. So these are passport pictures, but we can't see the detail of it. At the bottom, and how we know this is from the attachments that follow. And this is the chat that is between Mr. Mo Sayed and General Khan. And you'll see that there are from 6675 to 6676, there are several attachments. And those are what's called an entry form. And those forms are in your bundle marked annexes to WhatsApp chats, and it begins on page 23. It's immigration clearance to enter the UK, and it's for an individual named one Mr. Maleka, and it lists as a UK residential address, Corinthia Hotel, London, and it's for travel. If you look at the block in the middle of the page on the right-hand side, travel on the 29th of July 2022 to 31 July 2022. So for 2 days, it was a weekend. And if you turn over to page 24, it's the second immigration clearance form, and that's for Ms. Selet Swane. Same period of travel, and the same hotel in London. Pardon me?
The names are female names, so
Yes.
it's Miss. I think you said Miss there.
No, Ms. Seletswani. And on page 25 is the third immigration form. It's for a Mr. Bonginkosi Bashazi, and same dates of travel, and the address is the same address, Corinthia Hotel, London. And then the fourth on page 26 is the immigration clearance form for Ms. for Ms. Maboikanyo Imogen Mashazi. Same dates of travel and the same residential address in the UK, the Corinthia Hotel, London. And then what you see on the page 27 is the certificate for a copy of the authority, the executive charter certificate, the authority from the Civil Aviation Authority. It's a license, basically, to executive aviation that will be operating that flight. That's on page 27. What is not in the chats, but which we obtained separately, is a payment from Onyx Aviation, not a payment, pardon me, an invoice from Onyx Aviation to a company called Zig Revenue Management. And that, Commissioners, I'm going to have to ask you to look at your answering affidavit file, because we attached it to the answering affidavit at page 320.
Page?
320. It's TN 27. And you'll see it's an invoice by Onyx Aviation that is issued to ZIG Revenue Management in the amount of 3.35 million. But also what's important from this document is what is the description on the invoice, and it refers to a charter fee, and the dates of travel are 28 July 2022 to 31 July 2022. And the routing is there, Lanseria via Accra to Farnborough, and the return Farnborough, Accra, Lanseria. And Farnborough would be Farnborough Airport in the UK. And we point out in the answering affidavit, and this is commissioned, this is on oath by our investigator, Mr. Nyatlo, that ZIG Revenue Management, which is a business owned by Mr. Z. Ngumalo, also a name that has cropped up in this commission several times, a businessman, paid Mr. Sayed's paid this company, Onyx Aviation. Mr. Sayed is not a director of Onyx Aviation, but he's associated with it. He's associated with people who are directors of Onyx Aviation. And Mr. Ngumalo paid Onyx Aviation to fly Ms. Mashazi, her husband, and her friends to London for a weekend in July 2022. And the charter flight itself was 3.3 million. Commissioners, what I want to say about this, I think there's several points to be made about this body of evidence. The first is that this isn't an ordinary private ship. This is of interest to the Commission for obvious reasons. These individuals have been, well, at least Ms. Mashazi has appeared before the Commission, Mr. Ngumalo's name has come up, and we haven't had this evidence placed before the Commission before. And it's clear that this is no ordinary private trip. While there may be no question that Mr. Ngumalo paid for this trip, there has been some question about whether it was ultimately funded by somebody else, but we don't know that yet. What we do know is that it was in the amount of 3.35 million, and that it was for a private flight for Ms. Mashazi, who was then the city manager in Ekurhuleni at this point in time. It was for her husband, and her 2 friends. And so we say that on its face of it, the conferral of a benefit to the tune of 3.3 million is extravagant, and it raises obvious concerns for us of a conflict of interest and of possible corruption, gratification, and abuse of public office. That's the first point I wish to make in relation to this evidence. The second is that it raises the question of disclosure. And if this trip was declared by Ms. Mashazi, we believe it wasn't, but if this trip was declared by Ms. Mashazi to the city or the council, or an ethics or compliance structure within the city, then that record should exist. If it was not declared, then the failure to disclose a trip like this, as I said, it's not an ordinary trip. This is not just, an economy flight with your family to a low-budget hotel in London. Then the failure to disclose itself would be a matter of grave concern, because it would mean that a senior municipal officer accepted or was associated with a private benefit of an extraordinary value without any transparency to the public institution that she served in. So that's the second point in submission I'd like to make of concern that emerges from this evidence. The third is that the Commission would want to consider who benefited from this trip beyond Ms. Mashazi and her husband and her friends, because a payment of 3.3 million for a weekend flight is so far outside of ordinary hospitality or gift that it invites the inference that the person who paid for it expected something in return. And the question would be, if this was a gift or gratification, what influence or protection or access was expected from Ms. Mashazi in return, in her capacity as a city manager of Ekurhuleni. The fourth submission I would make on this is that General Khan is provided with this information, and that his receipt of this itself is significant. And the question would be, what interest did he have in this information? On the face of it, it's not apparent what interest he has in receiving this information. And the fifth and final point I want to make is that the question would be not just what interest General Khan had in it, but what did he do with the information? Did he refer it to the city or to the Hawks or to the NPA? One would have expected, normally one would expect that that would be the normal course, that it would be referred to the relevant authority or something would be done with it. It would seem not, because Ms. Mashazi held her position as a city manager until last year. And this trip took place in 2022. So, she remained in a position until she retired last year. So on the face of it, it seems that nothing was done with it, or else she would not have remained in her position.
And when did General Khan become aware of this? Because you seem to be implying that it was in 2022 when he became aware.
I'll tell you, just want to confirm the date that I was looking at. It was in October 2022, Commissioner.
Is it those chairs that we don't have?
Well, no, it's on page 6676.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
All of this information was forwarded to General Khan, including the passport pictures, which are blurred out.
Mr. Sam, it seems to me that perhaps a further question, you've listed questions. It seems to me that a further question to ask, and whether you get an answer to it is another matter altogether, is considering this is 2 days or 3 nights visit for that amount of money paid for by somebody else, at least on what is before us now. What was the purpose of the trip? And that kind of question, so I would add it in the list of what was the purpose of the trip. And maybe or not, it leads or explains an interest, what was General Khan's interest in this, but not just General Khan. Why was Mr. Syed interested in this trip? Questions that I am not suggesting we'll get answers to, but it seems valid questions to ask.
Absolutely, Commissioner Baloy. I mean, a number of questions arise, including how Mr. Syed obtained this information. We know of his relationship with Onyx Aviation, etc., and so it's not so surprising that he had the information on the immigration forms and the executive license, but the passports, I suppose it would have been all part of that bundle. But we don't know the background to it. And I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner Baloy, that would be another question. So those are my submissions on this Mashazi chapter.
A different question on that. How do you connect the invoice to this trip as per immigration documents? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So you've got the passports and you've got the immigration clearance documents, and then you've got the invoice, and you say that this invoice was payment for this trip. Where do we see that connection?
It's in the description. So the charter. It's not in the executive document, unfortunately, but it will be in one of the other documents, the aircraft ZSFCI. Oh, it is in the operator aircraft. Sorry, Commissioner Baloy, on page 27, it is there. Paragraph 2, operator aircraft, operating aircraft registration ZSFCI. And on the invoice, you see under charter fee, it's for the aircraft ZSFCI. And then you see the dates, and then you see the destination and the route.
I hadn't understood. Thank you for clarifying. So page 27 relates to this particular trip. It's not just a general license for this aircraft, but it relates to this trip in particular.
It does,
Yes.
Commissioner Baloy. You'll see above
Yes.
the dates.
I see that. Yes. Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to move to the next chapter, which is on finances. It's 3 minutes to 1. I can begin, or we could break.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Okay, it's fine. The first set of pictures were the house in construction. The second set of pictures start at 6248. 6248. And there you see the house now looking more finished and luxurious. So that's a second set of pictures. You can see it's a coastal property. And this is the George property.
Do we need to show all of them?
No,
I think just one to make a point. Is there any reason why we're showing all of them?
no, Chair, Commissioner, it's just taking you through the pictures to show you what the extent of the property is.
I'm mindful of privacy issues and other things.
We can move off them. I'm moving on to the next thing. And that's at page 4713. And at the bottom of the page, this is a chat between Ms. General Khan and Mr. Feroz Essay. At the bottom of the page, General Khan offers him, he says, do you need cash? 150,000. On 4714, Mr. Essay says, Salam will take it. General Khan says, I will send it with Uzi. You can EFT for me on the 28th. Mr. Essay says, no problem, send details. And General Khan says, can I drop it off with you at home now? I'm leaving for Durban now. And then Mr. Essay says, I'm in Kempton Park, but leave it with someone else. And then 5715, he says, send me details when you get it. And then you see the account information General Khan sends to Mr. Essay, presumably for the EFT. Immediately following that, Mr. Essay says, need name of account. And then there's a phone call. And then General Khan gives him the name of the account. And that name that you see there is not General Khan, but his minor son. That's the name on the account.
General Khan, but?
His son.
Oh, I see.
Still staying in the same chat with Mr. Essay at page 4725. In fact, it starts at 4724. Mr. Essay sends to him pictures, a series of pictures of Rolex watches or luxury watches. Some of them are Rolexes. And on 4725, he says, choose which one, he says to General Khan. General Khan selects an image from those that were sent to him, the first image. Well, actually, no, it's not. It's one of the images, the Submariner. And he says, this one, please. And then there are calls that I made that are not answered. And that's the end of that chat. So,
Do we know who Feroz Essay is? I mean, does he not sell watches, and that's why he's getting 150?
no,
Maybe
it's
we
a
need to-
subject of another theme,
Okay.
which
Okay, you don't need to get into it then.
and it's
at this
really,
point.
I can say to you, let me not. Let me rather leave it for when we can develop it properly. But we do know who he is. and he's not in the watch business. The next set of chats that we're going to look at concern cars. So we've seen some of the property, we've seen some of the gifts, we've seen cash of 150,000 that passes hands. If we look at the cars, we can start at page 5094. We'll display it for you, Commissioners. This is on February 12th, 2021, where General Khan says to Mr. Valley, bro, work out a special price on the V8 M3 for me. And Mr. Valley says, okay. And if I could just ask the commissioners to make a mental note of these dates as we go through this. So this was February 2021. And if you look at page 5106, at the top of that page, Mr. Valley says, this is now 25 February 2021. You fetching M3 or must I bring? And General Khan responds, wassalam, I will fetch it, JZK. Thank you. And then Mr. Valley responds, okay, thank you.
This is a different vehicle from the V6 that we just looked at now, or is it the same?
I think it's the same.
Okay.
The V8.
Thank you.
Page 5272. You see on the 3rd of August 2021, Mr. Valley saying, is Bruce selling white M3, white M3? And
That's another page that we don't have, right?
can you display it, please? Do you see it on your screens, Commissioners? Page 5272, the second one. Is Bruce selling white M3? General Khan asks, who wants it, bro? And then he responds, and then they have a conversation about what's he offering. And then page 5336. If you could look at the screen in front of you, if it's not in the file, it says, and this is now September 1st September 2021, in the conversation with Mr. Valley. It says, got M3 Natus for brew and key. And General Khan responds, wassalam, bro, I will get it later. So he's saying he's got the registration papers and the keys ready for the M3, for General Khan's collection. And then if we look at page 5565, and I think it's best that the commissioners follow on the screen because I think quite a few of these are not in the printed bundle. 5565, at the top of the page, Mr. Valley says, M3 be 100% ready, Juma polished, done, latest, meaning it will be ready by Friday, latest, the M3. And then on the third chat, he says, M5, still some work, especially with oil line, etc. And General Khan responds, okay, thanks, bro.
Sasim, if we don't alert you that we don't have a page, should we assume that the attorneys are keeping track and they know what we have and what we don't have? Because you've just said we should look at the screen, so you didn't get from us whether we've got the page or not.
I think that we should put together a separate bundle on this.
Okay.
And even if it duplicates some of the pages,
right.
it's better to have a set that just deals with this topic,
Okay.
Commissioner Loy. So these chats on these vehicles, this BMW is now August 2022, the M3s. Okay, so that's on the cars. There might be one or two more, but I'm going to move off cars now to look at businesses. If we start at 5260, this is in July 2021. We see General Khan saying, I'm not ready now, got to replenish 10 bar stock, 10 bar stock in the 4 shops. Now, a bar usually refers to a million. So he seems to be saying got to replenish 10 bar stock, 10 million rand worth of stock in 4 shops. So we know there are at least 4 shops. At page 5993, you'll see an image of a motor spares store. 5993. Did you see the image? Chair, if you could bear with us for 1 minute, because what you're seeing now has got a redacted version. 5993. But they need to see it. So, Commissioners, this is the picture that was redacted on the initial screen. So it's a picture of the shop, and below it, Mr. Sayed asks, which shop you at, Bru? And General Khan replies, Phosphorus. And the date is June 2021, 16 June 2021. At 6494, General Khan sends another picture of a shop to Mr. Sayed. And this is in December 2021. Are they able to punch in the numbers? And beneath it is a message from Mr. Sayed which says, which shop brew? And he says, Boxberg brew. General Khan replies, Boxberg brew, our first shop. And then if we look at page 928, again, I would suggest, Commissioners, you look at the screen.
Sorry, page?
928.
928.
And this is 29 May 2021, where General Khan sends a picture of Magic Moto Spares, another one of his shops. And Mr. Sayed responds, my man. And General Khan replies, graphing today. And then if we look at page 1205, and this is 19 June 2021, and it's another image of his store, Magic Motor Spares. And Mr. Sayed says, my man, so proud of you. And then 1398, well, it starts on 1397. 1397, General Khan sends several images of his motor spares business. And if you scroll down to 1399, you'll see General Khan says, Carl Fontaine Ivory Park. So this is his Ivory Park store.
Are there some inferences that will be drawn at some point from
Yes.
everything we are seeing now?
Yes, Chair. So this is the evidence that emerges from the chats of the businesses, of the cars, the houses, and it's important that I take the Commission through all of this, including the reference to the dates, before we look at the financial disclosure forms.
Okay.
In fact, Chair, I think that this gives sufficient, well, let me do one more. It's page 1117. And Mr. Sayed sends General Khan a picture of a 911 turbo Porsche. And on 1118, he says, remember your old car, bro. And General Khan says, the identical one, bro. I still remember it clearly. Now, Commissioners, there is a lot of this type of, information that is shared. These are not the only vehicles. There are other vehicles. There are videos of other vehicles. But this gives you a sense of what is being shared on these chats. But to save time, I'm not going to go through every single one of those. These images are shared with several people across General Khan's conversations. So with that information in mind, which concerned, as I said, gifts, cash, property, cars, and the businesses, I'd like to turn to the financial disclosure forms. So we have the financial disclosure forms for General Khan for 5 years. They begin in 2021 to 2022. You may close we will not return to the chats. So it starts at page 1 of the financial documents folder. And the first form is for the financial year 2021 to 2022. And you'll see on the first block of information on personal details, the salary level is level 14. That's the salary band, which is approximately 1.3 million per annum. The form goes on to disclose shares, loan accounts. There's not much to be said there. Section 3 is on any other financial interests. And here we see a number of companies that are disclosed by General Khan as financial interests. But there's only one company in which he describes as having financial value, and that's Spares Oasis. It's fourth from the bottom, and it's in the amount of 3 million. So, and you'll see the first is Magic Spares. You would have seen some of the images of those businesses that date from 2021, and it has a nil value on this form. So the only company that's listed here with a value is Spares Oasis. And then if you look at section 6, directorships and partnerships, there's only one that's listed, and it's Spares Oasis. And again, the value, in fact, what is listed here is amount of remuneration, and the remuneration is 3 million. And in section 7, which is where you should disclose other remunerative work outside of employment, again, General Khan discloses Spares Oasis, and he says the amount of remuneration, his own remuneration this is 3 million. It's the same amount as disclosed in the other blocks.
This is for the year 2021 to 2022.
2020 to 2021.
In the shareholding, section 3, is it not supposed to state the percentage? Because the way it's recorded there does not make sense.
There's several issues with it, Commissioner Kamala. The first is, you'll see the way he folds it in, it's interchangeable, shareholding and member. He's in fact a director of all of these companies. But he doesn't disclose that what his particular
What his interest is.
What his interest is. And he doesn't disclose the amount of the interest. So what percentage of it he has an interest in is not disclosed. And then the third thing is that the only one that has any value listed is Spares Oasis and none of the others.
Your page 1 says financial year 21 to 2022.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, by the way, I might have got it wrong. You're right, it's 2021 to 2022. If we look at page 9, pardon me, page 3, section 9, sponsorships is not applicable, gifts not applicable, immovable property, one immovable property is listed. Page 3. And under vehicles, one vehicle is listed, an Uno Fire with a purchase price of 14,000 Rand. But what we've seen from the chats is that there are more vehicles, and we have reason to believe more immovable property that's just not disclosed on this form.
For purpose of a complete record, even if you don't do it now, should we not have recorded the additional assets that you say there are? So if you say in this period he had more than a unifier, it seems to me that it must go on record that in fact there was also this vehicle and that vehicle, so that we're locating whatever assets in the right period.
Well, again, Commissioner Beloy, if we had General Khan here, we would have gone through this in a different way.
Yes.
I won't be able to list all of the assets at this point in time. We've been able to match some of them
Yes.
with the period in time, but not all of it. So I wouldn't want to make a claim that is an incomplete claim. In the absence of getting any answers from General Khan, we would need to do further investigations to be able to get the full list of property and of vehicles. But as we go through this, Commissioner Beloy, you'll see in the further disclosures that more vehicles become added. So at this point in time, what I can say at this point, all I can say is that there were more than just this Uno fire. The full extent, I cannot say.
Yeah, I accept you may not be able to say the full extent, but if you're going to make a submission that in this period he had more than this one vehicle, more than this house, even more than this income in this period, then there has to be on the record some list of what are the additional assets that you are able to place in that period. Because as matters stand, if we're going to end at one, because this is what this form says, and that's all we've got, I can see how we get constrained,
Yes.
saying in that period he had 5 vehicles.
Yes. So I must also add, Commissioner Beloy, that this is not going to be the end of our discussion on the finances, because we do need to have, for example, what's in this folder of yours, of the spreadsheets, is something I'm not going to get to. We're going to be returning to the issue of the finances.
That's fine.
So
That gives me comfort.
yes. So this is to get us sort of started, for example, and to place the financial disclosures before the Commission. And that's as far as I'm going to be able to go today on this. But this is not the end of the evidence, obviously. This at least provides a backdrop for the commissioners to know what it is that goes into disclosure forms.
Thank you.
And the purpose of going through the chats is to show, well, there is more there, and we're going to have to come to it. But it's not in the absence of having some context that I'm going through these forms.
Thank you.
So that's 21 to 22 that we first went through.
Before you go to the next year, I may have missed it if you've said it, that this is financial disclosure to whom, for what purpose?
These are financial disclosure forms that are, it's an HR requirement, it's a regulatory requirement that senior management, members of senior management disclose their financial position. And it's precisely for the purpose of managing conflicts of interest and addressing issues of corruption. That's the whole reason these forms exist. The government doesn't have an interest in your private life except to the extent that it needs to manage conflicts of interest and corruption. These are the forms that are SAPS forms that are filled in by all senior management.
Okay. It might be helpful, I'm still at page 3, right at the bottom, it seems to tell us, this is in terms of chapter 3 of the Public Service Regulations. So it's
Yes.
statutorily required.
It is a statutory requirement.
Disclosure.
And again, Commissioner Beloy, we're going to have to return to this topic. It's an important topic of financial disclosures, and it needs to be addressed in the context of the regulatory framework. And we intend to call a witness, in fact, to address that more fully.
Thank you.
So that's the first year. The second year is 2022 to 2023. I'm going to move more quickly through it, unless the commissioners have a question. But again, I want to point out several things. On page 5, in section 3, we have the same disclosure. It's 3 million for Spares Oasis as a financial interest, and then 3 million as an income. But it can't be both. Either you're earning 3 million, or the value of the asset of the company is 3 million. Either way, something is not being disclosed. On page 6, again, we have the amount of remuneration as 3 million for Spares Oasis. Under section 11, we have the same description for the immovable property, and we have as a vehicle the Uno Fire in section 12. So this is for the year 22 to 23. On page 8, we have the disclosure form for 23 to 24. On page 9, we now see something different. We see under section 3, any other financial interest, not applicable. Income generating assets, not applicable. Directors and partnerships, not applicable. Remunerative work, not applicable. Nil values, not applicable. That's 23 to 24.
10?
Page 10, none of it is filled in. Well, it's filled in as not applicable. Not applicable. You will see under 13 that you will see on page 10 under section 13 that it was received and acknowledged. So it's not a form that went nowhere. It did go into the system. Page 11, we have the disclosure for 2024 to 2025. What we now see, page 12, for any other financial interests is different again. Because now you have a list of companies, but not all. Now there are only 6 companies that are listed, not the full list that we saw in the initial financial disclosure. And we know from the CIPC records that General Khan remains the director of the other companies. We also see that it's the 3 million again.
Sorry, you say he remains a director, not shareholder, not member. You specifically said director of the other companies.
Yes, yes. He's listed as a director in all of the companies. So we see the disclosure again. Now this is the year 24 to 25. Financial interests, Spares Oasis is the only one at 3 million. Magic Motor Spares, and again I refer the Commission to the pictures of Magic Motor Spares, the shops, which were clearly in business, but the value that's reflected here is nil. It's reflected as nil under the financial interest, which would be the asset value of the company. But under other remunerative work, it's not listed at all, Magic Motor Spares. The only one that's listed is Spares Oasis. And again, it's listed as 3 million. On page 13, for immovable property, it's the same property.
The information,
on page 14,
stays the same for 3 years.
Pardon me. Sorry?
In the section 11, immovable property, that information does not change for 3 years, those entries there.
It hasn't changed at all
So if
in
you
all
go
this
back
time.
to page 1, sorry, the very first disclosure on page 3, is it on 3? That information remains the same throughout, and that's now over 4 years. So in section 11 on page 3, remember that's the very first disclosure.
Yes.
We are now in 2025, and it hasn't changed.
That's right. And that's 24 to 25. Now, when we look at the vehicles under section 12, we see that there are 30 vehicles that are listed. So recall, Commissioners, in the year prior, immediately prior to this, there were no vehicles listed. And in the year immediately prior to that one, there was only one vehicle listed. In this year, there are 30 vehicles that are listed, including the Uno fire, but many more. We see in section 13 on page 15 that it was submitted to the HOD. And we see there's a column for comments. And in none of these disclosure form are any comments noted. And one would have thought that there would be comments in these forms, especially if there's a form that suddenly doesn't disclose information that was in the form prior to that, or in this case, where it suddenly discloses ownership from 0 vehicles to 30 vehicles. But there's no comment that's noted on the financial disclosure form in section 13. And then the final disclosure form is 25 to 26.
Maybe before you go to the final, this 2024-25, at least until explained by General Khan, if you consider that in the previous year, and I'm speaking specifically to the vehicles, if you consider that in the previous year there was nothing, then it's fair until explained to assume that all these vehicles would have been procured in 24-25 financial year, and in that period, nothing is owing as at the time of the disclosure. So on the face of it, it looks like vehicles for 900,000, 950, 500, 700 would have been procured for cash because nothing is owing in that period or paid off within the 12 months period. You understand the logic of what I'm saying?
That's correct, Commissioner Roy. So it would have all been acquired, fully acquired for cash.
In that 1 year.
1 year.
Yeah.
And as Commissioner Beloy notes, if you look at the value of vehicles, there are several luxury vehicles.
Yes. Thank you.
And hence my drawing to your attention section 13 of this form, because it seems to have gone unremarked by the person responsible for administering this form, or for the person who supervises above that person.
Aligned to Commissioner Baloy's point, there's no change in the disclosure about income.
There is no change in the disclosure. It remains, in fact, to the number, the round number of 3 million.
I suspect your answer will be that the witness that you're going to call will deal with this, but just let me test this. At page 10, where you've got that comment in the comments box, bulk acknowledgement by PSC official. I think you said, and if you didn't say that, then that's how I read it, that's a PSC official comment, whoever received the form. Am I reading it wrong? Or do you read it differently? I had read it that way, and then when we get to page 15, there's no comment, and then it caused me to ask, in fact, who is supposed to complete this comment section?
Well, it's very unclear. On page 10, it's not clear to me whether it's the official that himself or herself that's annotating this and saying bulk acknowledgement. What is bulk acknowledgement? It seems to me that it might be some other person who says there was a bulk submission of these disclosures and there's a bulk acknowledgement that they've been filed and nothing more. So no scrutiny of the form, merely an acknowledgement that it's being filed. And it's not clear to me that who actually annotated that.
Okay. Your witness can speak to this, I suppose, whoever's going to speak about these disclosures.
Indeed, Commissioner Bloy, I think it's an important topic for us as a commission to understand when it comes to the institutional reforms.
Thank you.
I think I was on the last form, which is 25 to 26. It's unchanged in all of the respects regarding financial interests, regarding the remunerative work, the 3 million. But you'll see under section 3, any other financial interests not applicable and a nil value. Under directorships and partnerships, only one, Spares Oasis. Other remunerative work, 3 million, Spares Oasis. Under immovable property, it remains the same. Under section 12, vehicles, it's now not 30 vehicles, but 22. And then we see in section, yes.
2020.
2020, 21.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yes, it has kept its value, the purchase price. As
And I'm going to buy, I see that it has quite some longevity, 2000.
But now it's listed as the last vehicle in the list, so maybe it's on its way out, Chair. So it's now 22 and not 30. And in the last, let me say this, it's important because now we've got the section 13, other financial liabilities, and it says nil. To Commissioner Beloy's point earlier. And then section 14, it shows that it was submitted on the 28th of April, 2026. And all it says under status is disclosure submitted by employee. So now we see a different note under status. We don't even know who completed that form, who wrote that in. There's no comments in the comments block. The form is just not, yes, there's just no information on that. So those are the financial disclosures as we have it for the last 5 years. There's a lot for us to deal with on finances. For now, Commissioners, what I wish to submit is that the evidence of his lifestyle and financial interests that we pick up through the chats, but also other information which is contained here, but we are still to deal with it. And we have had some engagement with General Khan's legal representatives on the spreadsheet that's in this folder. And we need to check the figures that's in the spreadsheet because there seems that there are discrepancies to be resolved. And that's why we are not going there now before the Commission, because there's no value in putting up information to the Commission that we are not 100% sure of is accurate. So that will be explored at a later date. But what we can say is that the evidence, as we have it thus far, and put it no further than this, is that it suggests that there's not been a full disclosure of his financial interests in these forms. That's the first thing. But even if it is, even if one were to say that what's contained in these forms is a full disclosure and is accurate, there aren't any other companies, there isn't any other source of income, there isn't any other asset, whatever it may be, it raises serious concerns, because the problem is not that we have a police officer, a senior police officer, with outside interests. It's not that you may never have an outside interest, and that's not at all what I am suggesting to the Commission. The problem, rather, is that General Khan was a senior crime intelligence officer and is a senior crime intelligence officer, so at the time of the disclosures, and he was earning 2.5 times more a year than his public salary. So on his own version, on his own disclosures, he's earning 2.5 times more a year from a private motor spares business than from his public office. And at the same time, what we've seen from the WhatsApp chats that have gone through since Friday is he's simultaneously involved in discussions concerning the automotive parts